Your Honor, would you like a copy or?
Yes, please.
You have a copy of the Johnson Depot meeting yesterday?
Yes.
Go to page 162. And at the very top, you see line 1 to 3. And you remember in the Johnson case, you gave a deposition, you were under oath, Dr. Barnett, right? Dr. Barnett?
Yeah.
And just like you are today, right?
Yes.
And I asked you the following question and you gave the following answer. You agree that there's an answer? Yes. Did I read that correctly?
Actually, there is more to that if you.
Okay. I'll read the whole thing, but let me ask you, did I read that part correct?
Part,
Okay.
that was not the complete part.
And then it says the classic criteria for addiction is a built-up tolerance to the drug, have difficulty smoking despite knowledge of harm. And then you said that is certainly not the operational definition of what I responded. More than one definition. What I was actually thinking about is there was DSM and ICD. And I said, so the DSM has a definition. And I said, actually, the DSM, there was no definition of addiction. And you said, well, the DSM provides operational definition for substance use disorder, specifically for tobacco use disorder. Then also states that many clinicians will use the word addiction, substance use disorder, right? But you're familiar with many definitions of addiction, aren't you?
Again, these from a medical or scientific standpoint are from DSM and ICD.
Are you familiar with other definitions in the public health and places where reasons of addiction?
Objection, abstinence.
Again, those are lay terminology, not scientific or medical definitions.
Okay, so let's just talk about lay terminology in public health. You're aware of other definitions for addiction. Okay. And I want to show you PDR 155C, which is a demonstrative. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, you can put that up. The addiction that you're familiar with, correct?
I have seen this before, yes.
And that talks about addiction is defined as a chronic relapsing that is characterized by compulsive drug seeking and use despite harmful consequences. You're familiar with that and you understand what that means, right?
Yes.
And by the way, when they say chronic brain disease, you agree addiction is a brain disease, correct? Drug seeking and use, you agree nicotine is a drug, correct?
Yes.
Nicotine is an addictive drug, right? And it is actually the most heavily used addictive drug in our country, correct?
Yes.
And then it says, despite consequences, you understand that Mr. Yao had a smoker's cough, correct?
Only that he had periodically had a cough that he attributed to use of cigarettes. Okay. Yes.
And I want to show you from the DSM 5523-004-08.
No objection.
You see here where it talks about conditions such as lung, other cancers, cardiac, and it says associated features supporting diagnosis conditions, and it talks about lungs, another cancer, there's cardiac and pulmonary disease. Am I blocking?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Pardon?
You want me to move over?
See if I can move this over a little bit, and I could, I'm sorry, not over. And so, and then it talks about, serious medical conditions, and one of them,
Yes,
and that's in the DSM-5, right?
yes,
And so smoker's cough, Mr. Young had a cough, and he attributed it to his smoking, right? He had the 70s and the 80s, right?
yes.
And can you go back to the definition, Robert?
Sure.
Also, you testified yesterday that in the 70s and 80s, he started to understand more about the hazards of smoking. You remember that?
Yes,
It's like relapsing brain disease that is characterized by compulsive drug seeking use despite the harmful consequences. That's a definition of addiction, don't you?
I understand why that's a definition, but it's not, obviously not diagnostic.
Everybody, and we'll go through every criteria in the DSM, I promise, okay? But I'm right now want to focus on the definition, okay? Definition of addiction. You know that there are people who are addicted to, let's say, drugs like heroin, who continue using it with the knowledge that it may cause them harm, right?
Yes,
And Mr. Yao, he continued using, by the way, you have no doubt that
correct.
and most people are concerned about their health, right?
To some extent,
And
more or
so
less.
he was using, and he used cigarettes pretty compulsively, didn't he?
Yes, and again, the word compulsive, for example, has a meaning that is versus in medical and specifically in psychiatric literature has another specific problems with this kind of a definition is that the terminology is rather loose.
Well, you said this was a layperson definition. A common layperson, the definition of compulsive.
Probably simply
And he repeatedly used cigarette after cigarette after cigarette all day long, right?
repeated, yes,
Despite the harmful consequences, right?
yes.
And what is coalition recovery?
A treatment program for substance use disorders in
Okay.
Tampa.
Okay. And who works there?
Sure.
Okay. And so I want to show you PDRP 209.
No objection.
No.
Pardon me?
Are you introducing me?
No. I'll send evidence. I mean, it's a demonstrative, but if there's no objection,
I thought you were just using this as a
I'll
demonstration.
just use it as a demonstrative. Okay. And so there's a director at the top, right?
Yes,
You're the medical director.
yes,
And you agree that's a reliable organization, right? It's a
I have-
good- you work there, they're a trustworthy, reliable organization, aren't they?
well, I'm not sure you're use the word organization. I believe we're trustworthy, sure,
They're a good organization, right?
yes,
They know what they're doing, don't they?
yes,
And they know what they're talking about. The website that you're familiar with as a medical director, right?
I actually haven't seen a website in a while,
Your website, right?
yes,
And I'd like to publish to the jury PDRP 200 on the website.
I think we need more foundation for this. Do we have a date for this?
Can you look at that? Is it on her screen? You know what that is?
And was-
If we can wait until one more foundation.
I don't know who wrote it. Do you know who wrote it?
I do not. I know the website, there are some blog things that they put in, but I don't know.
And okay, and so Your Honor, we would seek to use this as a demonstrative from the website of Coalition Recovery.
Yes, like foundation.
Sidebar?
Robert, can you pull that up live, by the way, the website? And so, again, you're the medical director on that list. You were really the top person, right?
There was at the top, there's obviously a CEO and
And then can you read the highlight, please?
the first thing to know about addiction is that it is not a choice. Addiction is not a moral failure, but it's with care and compassion. It is also important to know that addiction does not discriminate. It affects the spectrum of social ways. Effective treatment is available for those suffering to help recover from this disease.
And so do you agree that the addiction is?
I agree. A person is using a substance, they don't decide or choose whether they become addicted or not.
Addiction is not a moral failure, but a disorder. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
And then can you bring to the second? Then it goes on to say addiction is it kind of gives a definition there of addiction. Addiction is a chronic brain disease. This compulsive activity, despite health, social, and legal consequences. Drug behavior, but the likelihood of an individual to turn these behaviors into an addiction depends on their genetic and environmental factors. Ingestion activates specific pleasure centers of the brain. These pleasures can be so strong that consumption becomes the ultimately forming addiction. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And so as medical director, when you go back to work tomorrow, are you going to complain about this or ask that it be changed in any way?
Well, I don't think that this is, well, and then I intend this to be a reliable medical or scientific source. Obviously, this is something that for either family member or the person with a substance use disorder interested maybe in seeking treatment to give them some.
It's for like, for lay people, right?
Yes,
So they can understand what addiction is, right?
to have at least some.
Yeah, so lay people can have a basic understanding about addiction, knowing that it's not a choice, it's not a moral failure, and it's a chronic.
Yes,
And so when you go back to work tomorrow, as I was asking you, you're gonna ask if this be changed, or are you okay with it?
I don't know. I want to see, if this is part of the blog that was put in, if they're presenting this. I don't know.
Okay, you'll think about it.
Yeah,
Okay. And then it goes on. Come on. And it says, I wish I could turn it, I probably can turn it, but no, I can't turn it. It says, essentially, addiction is a compulsive behavior to obtain a feeling of pleasure one time. This has negative consequences, right?
yes,
Over time, Mr. Young, he started with a cough. That's right.
I don't,
Objection. Reference to-
What diseases did Mr. Young have in his medical records? From smoking. Do you know what smoking-related diseases were in his medical records?
Objection of disease is not a disease. Be honest.
Did
I'm
you-
sorry, I didn't hear. Overruled on my part.
Let me rephrase it to try. Did you read the medical records?
of course, yes,
Did you see references to COPD in the medical records?
yes,
Over time, this action begins to develop negative consequences. The short-term pleasures turn into long-term negative effects. That's part of it.
yes,
They don't want something negative to happen to them, right?
right.
And so that's enough.
I don't think this is presented as a definition.
Okay, so that's not a definition of addiction. And then I want to ask the heaviness of smoking index.
Yes,
And you understand that that has been validated in peer review, right?
yes,
And somebody who is addicted, right?
it is, my understanding is that it was developed to be a screening instrument, not a rating instrument. So when you say to determine that would characterize it as a rating instrument.
It's a screening index on the level of nicotine addiction on somebody who is addicted, correct?
Yes,
And
yes,
and it looks to the time to first cigarette and number of cigarettes smoked, right?
correct.
And who smokes more than 2 packs a day, they're considered to be very heavily addicted pursuant to the heaviness of smoking index, right?
Says high dependence. So this is, remember the discussion about dependence and the various meanings. So this is dependence. So this again refers to aspects of tolerance, which is the number of cigarettes per day, loosely directed to the withdrawal aspect. So that is why the word dependence in here.
And you could turn to page 230 of the Johnson deposition and look at page number 10. Actually, it can be 2 through 10. May I read that, Your Honor? And that's a screening index to determine the level of nicotine addiction in somebody who is addicted. Answer, yes. And so if somebody smokes 5 minutes of waking and they smoke more than 2 packs a day, that's someone who is considered to be very heavily addicted, correct? And your answer was based on the HSI. And you said, again, it's an abbreviated version of the figure string. Do you remember giving those answers under oath?
Yes,
Addiction interchangeably. Remember you said that yesterday here?
actually, we were very specific about that was the DSM dependence, which is, and we discussed there are different meanings for dependence, which is why
Mr.
so
Knapp.
that somebody couldn't switch those out interchangeably when they don't mean the same thing.
Okay. And Mr. Yount smoked his first cigarette within 5 minutes
Yes,
and he smoked more than 2 packs a day, correct?
yes,
And under this score there, he would have a, despite the definitions of addiction that we just went through, despite the heaviness of smoking index, despite the fact that he smoked 2 to 4 days, your opinion is that this gentleman was never addicted to nicotine, right?
that's correct. And again, it says diagnostic or nor is it a definition of addiction. So addiction is the extreme form of a substance use disorder. There are criteria for
You
that.
keep saying not diagnostic, and I'm going to talk to you about diagnosing addiction. Went to a doctor. If I wanted a doctor to diagnose me, the best way to be diagnosed is to go visit the doctor and have the doctor talk to me and examine.
Yes,
Now, you chose to rely upon, you said the DSM-5, right?
yes,
And the DSM-5 is a tool, correct?
yes.
And there is no diagnostic tool available for people who have passed away, correct?
Forensic setting, we do retroactively apply diagnostic tools, whether it's psychiatric or medical, because that's what you have to do.
And again, in the Johnston deposition, you were under oath at that time.
Again, yes,
Okay, and if you could turn again to page 173 through page 178, I'm sorry, 177, line 23 through page 170. May I proceed? Okay, I'm sorry, thank you. And so my question was, despite the fact that you chose to use it, and you know that normally you use it for a living smoker, you're now applying it to someone, right? And your answer was correct, as there is no diagnostic instrument for dead people. Did I read that correctly? Correctly?
I'm reading from where you started from.
I'm sorry, I'll read it again. Page 177, line 23. Line 5. So in this case, despite the fact that you chose to use it, you know that normally you use it for a living smoker who's been dead for 20 years, right? And your answer was correct, as there is no diagnostic instrument for dead people. Doctor?
You did. I'm reading the rest that goes along with
Okay,
that.
you keep reading if you want. You tell me when you're ready, doctor.
You know, when you're ready.
You ready?
Yes,
So you agree that DSM is designed as a diagnostic tool to be able to use on people who are alive, correct?
all medical diagnoses are, but obviously in a forensic setting, we sometimes are dealing with people who are not currently alive. These are call upon our medical expertise and our clinical expertise, including diagnostic criteria.
I want you to look at the same deposition, page 4, line 2 through 5. Do you see that? And again, you're still under oath when you gave this testimony, right, Dr. Barnett?
Yes, give me a moment.
Sure. One page 1 through 5. You see that?
I'm reading it now.
Are you ready, Doctor?
I'm reading that section.
Your Honor, may I please?
Will please start.
You give me the page number?
Yeah, I'd ask that to start at page 173 line. And go to page 174 line 22.
That's good. Okay, so it says, so in your practice, in your diagnosing somebody, your practice with addiction, you use the DSM, right?
Yes.
And I said, and the DSM is designed as a diagnostic tool to be able to use on people who are alive, correct? Is that how it, your answer was yes. And then it says, and in fact, the DSM-4, there's a part that says the requirement to use the DSM-4, you're required diagnosis, correct? And you said, and it may have said if possible, but we're going to get to that in a second. It does say it's not intended to be used on living person. Question, you shall take a detailed history from the patient, correct? You said yes. And I said, so we will get it. It talks about, and this is how you use it in your practice. If you're going to diagnose somebody within your practice, history from that individual you're trying to diagnose. You said yes, and I said, and that's important. And you said yes. Do you recall giving those answers under? And so I'd like to publish it's SM4 202.
Yeah, I've checked this. This is the stuff.
Sorry. We're going to do-
We used to document. I think we made it sidebar.
Your Honor, I don't think we need a sidebar. In the last answer, we were talking, I said that it said possible, and so I'd like to publish it. Robert, this is hard to read on my screen.
So,
Thank you. If you're looking at the oh. No, I have the time, actually. You have it. And so this is from the DSM-4, and I think this is what we were talking about. It actually, the diagnosis of substance dependence requires obtaining a detailed history from the individual. You see that?
Yes.
And so, look, through no fault of your own, and we're going to get into it when we start talking about the different criteria, there's a lot of things that you weren't able to ask Mr. Yam, obviously, that you would have.
Well, I feel like through the reviewing the medical records and depositions that were taken from the various witnesses. We've obtained information that addresses, so I think that the information base was adequate.
Well, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but when we go through each, I'll ask you certain questions and see if you have that information, okay? But when using it in your own practice, it's important that you take a detailed history from make a medical diagnosis, right?
Yes,
And there are certain questions that you must ask the individual when you're using it to diagnose. Professional, you ask certain questions that are important to making a medical diagnosis when you talk to somebody who's alive, right?
yes, that would be true.
And they definitely don't have the training to ask the questions like you do when you're conducting an interview with an addicted smoker, right?
But they certainly know what the criteria are and the different questions that need to be asked, as well as not only defense attorneys, but from plaintiff's attorneys as well.
Well, most of the questions in the deposition, the vast overwhelming majority, right?
Yes,
And there, for example, if nobody asked, one of the withdrawal symptoms is lack of concentration, right?
that is one of the withdrawal symptoms, yes.
Nobody,
Can be.
nobody asked anybody about that. did they?
Objection, Your Honor, to asking that question, not asking.
Actually, it's not asking it. It's a great
I
question.
think Your Honor attempted to ask.
I'll get when I move on. Over time, there has been changes in the DSM, correct?
Yes,
The DSM-5 since 2000. Before that was a DSM-4 TR. Before that was DSM-4, DSM-3 TR, the DSM-3, correct?
yes,
The standards and criteria were, the DSM-3 was published in 1980, correct?
yes, that's right,
And that was a lead smoke, right?
right.
And back then, the criteria were different, right?
They were, yes,
You could smoke anywhere, right? Almost anywhere in 1980, right?
there were like far fewer restrictions.
For example, some of the things that say important social and recreational use in the DSM-5, that really wouldn't pertain to somebody in 1980 when you could smoke almost anywhere, right?
Correct,
Back then, in the DSM-3, well, I'd like to show you PDR-P 201 from the DSM-3.
Objection on that foundation.
And so in the DSM-3, yes. And R, you see that? They acknowledge it says which rarely causes an identifiable state of intoxication, as does alcohol, the physical or occupational functioning as immediate and direct consequences of tobacco use. Did I read that right on the top one?
yeah,
Same on the other. And so, but the DSM-3, if I can show you, and by the way, using the DSM, you're not supposed to use it like a cookbook. It's, you use your clinical judgment, right?
yes,
And so you have some in your clinical judgment based upon your skill, experience, knowledge, and training to use this and diagnose addiction, right?
yes,
For example, may have never tried to quit, and they might not have withdrawal symptoms, but you consider that when diagnosing addiction. It's your clinical judgment, right?
yes,
And so the DSM-3, if I can show you, this was the one that was in effect in 1980, and Mr. Yount was trying to quit these, right?
yes,
I can show you PDR-P 202. You know, put on history first. And by the way, Mr. Yount was a heavy smoker, right?
yes,
Same objection.
The DSM-3 that was in effect when Mr. Yount was smoking, and things were different. People smoked more cigarettes, there were different restrictions. there's 3 criteria and you only had to have 1. But it said it should also be noted that a heavy smoker who's never tried to stop smoking, who's never, and who has no tobacco-related serious physical disorder, according to the criteria in this manual, does not have the disorder of tobacco. Logically, the individual is almost certainly dependent on tobacco. Do you see that?
Yes,
And so you know enough, don't you, doctor, that when somebody smokes 3 to 4 packs a day, even if they don't have all the criteria, your own skill level, your own reading of the literature, your understanding of definitions and heaviness of smoking index, all the schooling, more than 9. Somebody who smokes 3 to 4 packs a day every day is most likely addicted, don't you?
Objection, I demand that.
if we were to take the world of smokers who are probably most of them would meet in the DSM-5.
Well, most of them would be addicted, even if they didn't meet the criteria, just based upon your own clinical judgment and understanding of what nicotine does to the.
Objection, argument.
Yeah, let me finish, by the way, okay? So
I'm
most
sorry.
of them meet the criteria in the DSM-5 and therefore would have having the severe tobacco use disorder, which is the diagnosis for addiction. In that question, it again, it seemed to conflate the terms and suggest withdrawal intolerance is addictive, and that's not true.
I lost a little bit on my real time here. Let me just give me a second. Oh, okay. You had said that most people who smoke 3 packs a day meet the criteria for tobacco use, right? But Mr. Yount is not, right?
That is correct.
Oh, but you never spoke to him, right?
Correct, I did not.
But this paragraph is judgment, because just because somebody doesn't meet all the criteria, you can use your clinical judgment and still find, you know, that almost is dependent on tobacco. Do you agree with that? That somebody who's smoking 3 packs a day is almost certainly to be dependent on tobacco?
Logically, certainly. And again, would many of them, if not most, meet the criteria using these? Some,
But not Mr. Young.
correct, no, Mr. Young.
He's an outlier of some sort, right?
Yes,
Along with the 20 other people who you testified in trial against, right?
Objection, argument.
Right?
I don't know that they're out statistically. This is a biased group, it's not a random sample.
It's a biased group of people who. want-
Statistic. Sorry,
And
I
so.
realize that also has 3 different reasons.
Right. I might have misunderstood. And so fast forward to the DSM. Back in 1994, a year after Mr. Yount died, right?
I'm sorry, say again.
It went into effect in 1994.
Yes,
And that had 7 criteria, which they're all on the DSM-5, but they added 4 to it, right?
and for you had the substance abuse, which had, oh gosh, no, I don't remember, but several of the ones that are included substance dependence, and those are also included in the substance use disorder. But out of between abuse and dependence, there was one they took out, the DSM-5, because it referenced repeated legal consequences. And then the DSM-5 added in.
And so you would agree that, you know, some smokers, depending on the amount they smoke,
Yes,
And most people who smoke 2 or 3 packs a day, you'd expect them to have a tobacco, right?
I,
We also know that his fingers were stained, right?
yes,
And we also know that he had a cough, right?
periodic episode.
You also referenced, you saw COPD in the medical records, correct?
Yes,
And I want to show you down page 267 of the DSM-4.
Same objections before you.
Again, the DSM-4 is published by the Association, right?
yes, it is.
And it says the most common signs of nicotine dependence are tobacco odor, right?
Yes,
Cough, he had a cough, right?
episodically, yes,
Evidence of COPD,
yes,
you saw that in the medical records, right?
that I did see in the medical record.
Excessive skin wrinkling, did he have that? I'm not sure he did. Have you seen pictures of it?
Well, the pictures I saw were too grainy to make out.
And then it says tobacco stains on the fingers can curb.
Yes,
And so again, this, you are in signs of nicotine dependence, tobacco odor, cough, evidence of COPD, tobacco stains on fingers. Do you think those are signs in people who are dependent on nicotine?
yes,
But not Mr. Young. He was.
he did not have tobacco use disorder.
Okay. And so again, smoker who probably had tobacco odor, cough, COPD, and stained fingers, who smoked for 50 years.
Correct.
And then if we go to DSM-5, you need 6 of the 11 to be considered addicted, right?
Yes,
But no, the actual criteria. Criteria, sure. So you talked about the first paragraph, and you can bring that out, Robert, the problematic pattern, right? And so you said, well, I think, you understand me correctly, I think you said before you get to looking at the 11 criteria, you first have to determine whether there's a pattern of tobacco leading to clinically significant impairment of distress, right?
yes.
Okay. So you said you gave examples of those, which are what? What were the examples?
We talked about, I gave examples of clinically, and I gave examples or description of distress. I don't remember what I said.
Well, you give me a couple of examples. I forgot, you forgot. No fault me for forgetting, I'm not faulting you. But what can you just give me a couple of examples?
Clinically significant impairment, generally serious impairment in work life, social life, leisure activities, and those are even referenced in some of the 11 criteria.
Right. So that's what I was getting at. So it doesn't say that criteria number 7 to go forward. It says a pattern of a problematic pattern of tobacco with significant impairment or distress as manifested by at least 2 of the following. You see that?
Yes,
Now you means as evidenced by, as exemplified by, right?
as shown by,
As shown by. What the DSM is saying is the problematic pattern is shown by meeting at least 2 of the following, right?
yes.
So you agree with that?
But as I said, there's
I
also,
just want to know if you agree.
no, what's interesting, and again, having the familiarity with all of DSM-5 and the whole structure of things and how they,
Sure.
in this particular instance, in substance use disorders, this part about problematic pattern, this threshold language by the almost all of the psychiatric disorders. There's one or two where it doesn't. And in most of the, almost all of it shows up, it actually shows up at the bottom after the criteria. And it says that, oh, by the way, all of these threshold, which is why most of us refer to it as the general threshold. And there's language even in the introductory threshold.
Okay, so you
And
agree
this
with this?
occurs at the very beginning for substance use disorders, so therefore, it's put there, I think I think that you do have to pay attention to this, and otherwise, you would just go straight to the criteria.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
That's what it says. It says problematic law as manifested by at least two of the following, which you said means as shown by having at least two of the following. But you just, right?
Right.
So you're saying as manifested by does not mean as shown by, right?
I will acknowledge that there is some debate in the field about what this really means.
Okay, but you disagree. You don't think as by having two of the following, right?
Correct, I'm in the camp that says, that thinks that there should be attention paid to this, that we do have to look at problematic patterns and whether there's clinically significant impairment or distress, because a person actually could have described in the 11 criteria, or it could be completely described in the criteria.
Okay, so let me just give you a hypothetical. You're gonna have someone who has a job and they're not allowed to smoke at their job, right? And they're getting yelled at, they're getting reprimanded. That would be a problematic pattern that would get you into the, what do you call it again? You called it
General threshold,
that would get you past.
yes.
But if you had, so you have a 3-pack a day smoker and he works at a place, and they say, hey, no smoking. And he continues, and he meets 6 of the criteria, he would be addicted if he met 6 of them, right?
Yes.
But if you have the same, if he has a twin brother, say, Jim, works at a place like a grocery store back in the 70s, 80s, and he's allowed to smoke all the time at work and it's not a problem at all, right? But he still meets 6 threshold. He would not be addicted, right?
Unless, see, there was some other, well, let me put it this way.
Let's just say that's,
No, there's a problem with the hypothetical.
Oh.
No, there really is.
okay.
Because if somebody meets 6 of the criteria, they're have impairment or distress. I mean, if you read through the criteria,
Okay.
that's going to show the impairment or distress.
Okay, so it missed 6 of them, then he has clinically significant impairment.
So
Right?
because to meet 6 of those, you're going to have, because there are, talk about the impairment, 5, 6, and 7, for example. So, in other words, create a hypothetical where the person could meet 6 of the criteria, but not have any impairment or distress. And that's not going to happen. The person you're describing doesn't exist.
Okay, so if they meet 6, and they most likely have a clinically significant impairment, right? Right?
Yes.
So Mr. Young, so, and he obviously also likely had a clinically significant impairment or distress. Hypothetically.
Yes.
Oh, and that's fine. I didn't understand that before, and that's probably my fault. So roll them one by one, okay? You go to the, oh, by the way, before we move to PDRP 203. And so this is part of the DSM-5, right? Can you bring up the left first one? We were just talking about this problematic pattern and what as manifested means, remember?
Yes.
And you were saying as manifested, you're in the camp that as shown there, right?
Well, it doesn't require,
Are you in the camp?
I mean, the camp believes that there is significance to the wording, problematic pattern, clinically significant impairment or distress, inference or meaning that is in addition to the 11 criteria.
Which camp are you in?
That there's some, and it doesn't mean that just pay attention to the 11 criteria.
Okay, so as manifested doesn't mean necessarily, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Now, we can go to the next part of this thing. You know, there's a cautionary statement for forensics, right?
Yes,
And the DSM-5 says, however, the use of it should be informed by an awareness of the risks and limitations of its use in forensic purposes, right? Sentence, right?
yes,
When those criteria and textual descriptions are employed for forensic purposes, there is a risk that diagnostic information will be misunderstood, right?
correct.
These dangers arise because of the imperfect fit between the ultimate, the questions of ultimate concern to the law and the information contained in the clinical diagnosis, right?
Yes,
With imperfect fit, right?
yes, and I think it also goes on to describe some of that imperfect fit and what the issues of ultimate concern are, where this could be perhaps misused.
We can pull that out, but also there's also a risk. They don't want anybody to misuse it, right?
Absolutely.
And it would be wrong if you misuse this DSM-4, wouldn't it?
Correct.
And I don't know what part you, okay, it says here, right, it talks about in most situations, the clinical diagnosis, is this the part we're talking about?
Yes, and I think there's some wording about issues.
Tell me where it is, I'm more than happy to read it. Something there. We're talking about legal criteria for the presence of mental disorders. You see that? But what part did you want? Who were you referring to?
Yeah, because it goes on to describe that imperfect fit and the question concern to the law. So it actually expounds on what is being described in those first 3 sentences.
You're a member of the APA for how long?
Since 19.
Did you ever write to them or complain to them about that as manifested and the meaning of it and that it should be fixed?
No.
In any event, so if we go to the first criteria, Mr. Phillipson, if you don't mind. Is tobacco is often taken in larger amounts or over a longer period of time than originally intended, right?
That was intended. It doesn't say originally.
Oh. And so in this case, again, you never had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Young personally. Your own patients, is it possible that he may have met this criteria?
Objection, Your Honor.
Of course, anything is possible, but when I see witness testimony that suggests that there were no attempts to try, that does typically speak to this. The other part of this is that this criteria was developed to capture for more binge type users as opposed to somebody who is regularly using. Somebody who's regularly using, this is sort of an irrelevant language in the DSM which describes this particular criteria.
But let me ask you this, you never had a case where you were satisfied this criteria, correct?
Correct.
And we can agree, though, that nobody, when they start out smoking as a teenager, intends to be addicted smoker, right?
Right, nor does anybody who casually uses alcohol. And that's not the, that is a misapplication of this criteria. And there's, again, wording in the DSM that really speaks to that.
Well, we'll talk about the wording in the APA guideline. Was, they show examples in this criteria, the same criteria was in the DSM-4, right? APA guidelines, which are the guidelines that the American Psychiatric Association put out, they actually gave examples how one might meet this criteria. She's nodding her head yes. Remember, you might be nodding your head yes, you'll
Guidelines.
okay, it's about every 10 years, I think it was 96, 06, is that about right? I think 16.
They're supposed to, in the 2000s, early 2000s, they did renew some of the guidelines in a timely fashion.
In 1996, when the guidelines came out and they commented on this criteria, you're familiar that the APA gave examples of how one may satisfy this criteria.
They would have, yes, I don't remember their examples off the top of my head right now.
And so I'd like to publish PT 05870. Page 16 or page 17, but that's the cover, and then this page, I'm going to show both of them. Can I show the picture? It's on.
Same objection.
I'm not sure I understand.
Can you put this, the second page on? We should have. Your pen? No, the computer is real. All right. It's real. I'll probably find this one, maybe something's pushing it. And so these are the patients with nicotine dependence. And the DSM-4 was the first one that came out. Can you turn to the inside of it? You just kind of know where we were. No, no, the part. This part. Yeah. Here are examples, right?
Yes,
And so the DSM-4 was the first time they had in the criteria the substance amounts for over a longer period of time than was intended. That first came out in the DSM-4, right?
yes, I think that's true.
And that's the same word for word criteria that's in the DSM-5, correct?
Yes,
And the example that the APA put out is they say most smokers do not intend to smoke 5 years later, but in fact, over 70% continue.
yes,
And you're familiar with the research, are you not? Is there a page over there? Page of what? Oh, that's probably. I think it's here. I'm sorry. I have it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll leave that up there, Robert. And so we know that starting smoking after 21 is rare, right?
well, far less likely.
90% of smokers start by the age of 18, correct? Correct. Teen brains differ from adult brains in the decisions they make, right?
Yes,
The brain continues to mature and develop before, right?
yes, that is true.
And the major issue is that the fiber tracts that connect the frontal cortex are fully developed until about age 24, right?
Right,
And the frontal cortex is the part of the brain that controls rational impulse judgment and understanding of consequences, right?
yes,
And so you understand why this for somebody to encourage a teenager to smoke, right?
Objection, not amended.
You're also familiar with the research that indicates that if it starts to smoke, the more likely they are to become addicted, correct?
I am familiar with research that shows that it appears the longer they tend to persist in smoking. And I think the research shows that probably,
Are you familiar with research, peer-reviewed literature that links the association that the earlier someone starts to smoke, the more likely addicted to nicotine? Are you aware that there is some research to that effect?
actually, I think That is an area still of ongoing research.
And again, you could look at the Johnston deposition, page 113, line 11 through 16. And also 22. So I'd like to just, if you could read both of those. So it's one, I'll say it again, 113, line. No, I'm sorry, page 113, I'm sorry, line 11 through 22. Well, not 22, I won't go to 22, I'll go to 16 unless you want me to go to 22. And 114, line 18 to 22.
Just so I have it. 113. 16.
No, 11 to 16. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm going to continue reading, and I want to read also 22. Proceed, Your Honor. And so I'll start where Mr. Bell asked. To agree, you're aware of the association that the earlier someone starts smoking, the more likely they are to become addicted to nicotine, correct? Over the years, the information starts to shift somewhat, so there are some reports that indicate that, yes, but again, the research is still sort of, well, have you ever testified that you were aware of this association? Let me ask you several different ways. Are you familiar with literature that links the association that the earlier someone starts to smoke, the more likely they are to become addicted to nicotine? Answer, that is correct. Indicated. Then on page 114, line 17 through 22, let's try and focus on smoking and nicotine. With nicotine, you said you are aware that there's literature out there that the younger somebody smokes, the more likely they are to become addicted, right? Answer, yes.
And Your Honor, for full completeness, I was trying to find exactly what the lines were. Could you be able to read 113, 114, line 16?
If I'm going to do that, I would prefer to start at line 17.
No, I would object.
Want me to read?
113, line 23 to 114, line 16.
So I'll read that already. And so I said to you, and so as a nicotine addiction expert, you are not, well, you are aware of that association, that the earlier someone is, they are to become addicted to nicotine. And you said, and again, what I said is, I'm aware of that. And when I testified before, there was certainly that information, association, but over the years, it seems that there's some indication that may not be true. Maybe it's not true. I'm going to ask you about that when we finish this. So we go on in general, including nicotine in cigarettes in teenagers and effects on the brain. So I'm just putting it out there, and there's a lot of research going on. And at this point, it's difficult to say one way or another firmly what's going on with teenage individuals who are starting to use alcohol use. And then I said, let's try to focus on smoking and nicotine. With nicotine addiction, you said you were aware that the younger someone smokes, the more likely they are to become addicted, right? Answer, yes, I have read those reports. And you read peer review literature and certain reports that have indicated that they make up an expert, right?
Yes,
What about your knowledge that says otherwise? Tell me where that comes from.
I have the citations off the top of my head. I don't have the citations off the top of my head of the reports that do say that.
But you've never done that research again, right?
No.
And you would agree that because there is some research that indicates that the earlier someone starts to smoke, the more, because you're aware of that research, you agree that it would be important that teenagers not smoke.
It's important that teenagers not smoke.
And that would be important for teenagers, not only today, but teenagers in the 30s, and 40s, correct?
Correct.
You're right.
Correct.
And you agree that the manufacturer has a duty to know their product, right?
Objection.
Pardon? Thank you. You agree it would be wrong, based upon teens as a nicotine addiction expert, right? And knowing what you know about nicotine addiction and the harms, it would be wrong to try to get correct?
Objection, I amendment.
You can answer.
Correct. I would not encourage an underage person to smoke.
It would be wrong for anybody to try to get an underage person.
Objection, Estimate.
And so if you look at this, can you put that back up, Robert? Which one? Mr. Leo, at what age did Leo have his first cigarette?
Well, there were some reports that.
Let me ask you this. You his wife at 17, correct?
Yes,
And from what you know with nicotine addiction and tolerance, it was definitely likely that he started smoking. Correct?
certainly he started smoking at some point before he was 17.
Okay. And so here where it says to meet that criteria, and you have no reason to believe that when he started smoking, he intended to become a lifelong smoker, do you?
No, I don't think hardly anybody's forms any specific intention one way or the other.
And so it says.
Whether it's smoking or taking their first sip of alcohol. Attention.
Exactly. Anybody who becomes addicted to a substance, that's not usually their intention when they're just trying, right?
To become addicted?
Yeah.
No, of course not.
And so here it says, to meet this criteria, it says most smokers do not attend, right? That's an example. And Mr. Yount was smoking 5 years later, correct?
It was,
He was actually smoking for 50.
yes.
And so under that example in the APA guidelines, Mr. Yount would have met that criteria, correct?
Yes, and again, these guidelines, even if some of the other examples they give seem to be outdated.
Let's look at the other ones. Which ones do you think are outdated? You just pull them all, yeah.
Smokers escalate use to 1 pack per day or more by age 25.
You know,
That would have been different certainly back in the early 90s.
well, Mr. Yount, it escalated to over 1 pack a day, right?
Yes, he did.
And he met the tolerance criteria, correct? He met the criteria.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so that was an accurate example for him, right?
Yes.
Okay, which one is inaccurate is what I want to know.
The way I was looking at, for example, the important social, occupational, recreational activities are given up or reduced because of some. It actually now, well, not taking a job due to on-job smoking restrictions, and certainly that would, but that's almost as if that's a little bit higher standard than even how we would currently apply the criteria.
Which one is inaccurate?
And it just suggests a higher standard than even what we might use now. Or actually, in terms of great deal of time, that one now, the DSM-5 actually says that would be that by chain smoking. So,
Well, they actually say that's one example is chain smoking, right?
yes,
That's not the only way you meet that
so
criteria.
it's, right.
And so let's go to the next criteria. You can do the DSM criteria. The next one is persistent desire or unsuccessful efforts to cut the substance use, right? See that one, number 2?
Correct.
You talked about motivation earlier, right? You agree that an addict, somebody who's an addict, somebody who's addicted, their motivation will fluctuate over time from denial to commitment, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes,
Somebody can be motivated and something happens and it takes a while to build up motivation. It's not, it fluctuates over time, right?
it is on the spectrum, exactly.
And you indicated one thing you do is provide motivational beating addiction, right?
Yes, and it's a specific technique.
And in order to be sufficiently motivated to quit health concerns, you would agree the person would have to appreciate the level of threat to their health from smoking, right? If the smoker truly believed that it was harmful to them, that may provide sufficient motivation for him to try to quit, right? And conversely, if they believe that it wouldn't happen to them or it wasn't harmful, that may cause them not to be motivated.
It may, but again, there are a lot of different reasons that a smoker will attempt to quit.
But one of the main reasons is health, right?
Factor.
And so if somebody didn't understand the health, or didn't believe the health, or had doubt about the health, that could actually cause a decrease in motivation, right?
It could, if that was the only source of their motivation.
And so I want to show you PDRP 210 terms on motivation. And so if somebody wanted to be motivated to quit smoking, right? You wouldn't want to give them psychological crutches, would you?
Your Honor, I object that. That question was asked yesterday.
Well, in terms of psychological crutches, so that imprecise to me.
Let me move on.
Yeah,
You wouldn't want to give a smoker like a rationale, a self-rationale to continue smoking. Would be harmful, right? To motivation, right?
correct.
You wouldn't want to give a smoker doubt about the health hazards of smoking. That could decrease motivation, right?
AI in terms of motivational enhancement.
I mean, a person, talking about a smoker, public health being paramount. Well, public health is paramount. You want them to be given doubt about the health hazards of smoking, would you?
No, I would not.
Or confusion about,
No, I would not.
or maybe there was like some controversy about whether smoking caused cancer or not. That would be bad for motivation, wouldn't it?
Correct.
To say that smoking was unknown, whether smoking caused cancer or not proven, that certainly wouldn't help somebody be motivated, would it? All things that would maybe give a reason why somebody wasn't motivated to quit. If they were being given crutches and rationale and controversy, that's not good stuff to give to say to an addict, is it?
Objection, argumentative, and speculation.
No, and again, I certainly wouldn't, and that's certainly not part of the motivational enhancement technique.
Giving a smoker misinformation about the health hazards could have serious negative effects on.
Right.
And if somebody who was smoking was told that the harm may not happen to them, well, I asked that. We know though that Leo get down from what you reviewed and what you said yesterday, he had doubts in the 60s, 70s, and 80s about whether smoking was harmful. And he started to move in the 1980s, correct?
I think the testimony was that in the 1980s, he started to really believe it.
did try to quit, right?
Yes,
And just because somebody is motivated to try to quit, that doesn't succeed in quitting with every quit attempt, does it?
of course not.
You've had patients who you felt were motivated to quit and they failed in their, right?
Yes,
And that's with somebody going to a psychiatrist, trained like you, using quit aids, even motivated, you've seen people like that, not any fault of their own, but not succeed, correct?
correct.
Individuals may have a difficult time if they're confronted with cues and barriers, right?
That could add to the level of difficulty, yes.
Wake up in the morning and try to quit smoking, not tell anybody in their family about it, right? And later in the day, they hit a trigger or a cue.
Yes,
And so it's not, let's talk about Mr. Yount's quit attempts. It's not until they're in their 40s or 50s to try to quit smoking, right?
not terribly unusual, no.
And Lois quit in the late 70s, right?
Yes, although later in the deposition, she felt like that may have been more.
Actually, she talked about different things. And I feel like,
Right,
okay. She said, 3 companies, Anna? June 7th, June 8th, June 15th. I think I'll have one copy. I'm just gonna give it to you just to refresh your recollection, okay? There's a lot. These two, you can look at it if you need to refresh your recollection, okay? And I can direct you to the pages where you need to go, if you need to go there, okay? You that Leo first tried to quit in the 70s.
yes, initially she did.
So if you want to look at page of the time he was in his 50s, correct?
Yes,
And later on page, there's another thing where she said on page 3, it must have been in the 70s, it could have been in the 80s, mostly in the 80s, right?
yes,
Okay.
that is what I was thinking.
One quit attempt in the 70s, but it was mostly in the 80s, right?
Yes,
And some people try to, right?
yes,
And Lois testified that she was able to recall 2 or 3 other times in the 80s.
yes,
And then his son testified he recalled a quit attempt in the 80s with gum, right?
which, yeah,
Son taught him trying filters and lights, right? To try to cut down.
I'm sorry.
Filters and lights is a method of trying to cut down. You remember that one?
A cigarette branded type, yes, that was his inference anyway.
But most people need to try 3 to 5 times before they ultimately succeed, correct?
Average is 3 point something, I think, yes.
And we could agree that the 3 to 4 attempts that may not be all the quit attempts for Leo Young, right?
This is not what she testified on, correct?
Let me ask. Quit and fail, they keep that to themselves. You're aware of that, right?
Yes,
Leo Yount was not the type of person to announce
very much, I would agree with that.
a smoker could try to quit and not announce that to the family, right? And if he had tried 15 to 20 times unsuccessfully through the 70s and 80s, he wasn't the type of person who would talk about that, right?
Correct.
And some people have difficulty remembering things from 15 years ago, let alone 30 or 40 years ago, especially when we're calling something about.
Yes.
And because you don't know whether a particular smoker announces quit attempt, the family actually recalls every quit attempt. That's why it's best in your clinical practice to just speak to the person, right?
Remember.
And some people who are addicted to quitting nicotine are not successful until they're in their 60s or 70s, right? And in 1991, Leo Young quit smoking, and how old was he when he finally succeeded?
He was 70.
And if you had a chance to interview Mr. recently, like you do with your own patients, it's possible that he met that criteria as well.
Objection, speculation.
Anything is possible, but of course, witnesses who were with him, usually he was somebody who smoked 2 to 4 packs per day. And if he had paused in his smoking for even a day, he would have noticed.
No doubt, but you just told the jury that it's possible that some smokers might wake up in the morning and try to quit and they might not announce it, right? Did that happen to Leo? Did Leo do that? And the evidence that he
Objection, speculation.
Sorry, what was the question again?
And so, the substance, the third one. Again, the testimony is he smoked 3 to 4 packs a day.
Yes.
And an example of spending one example is using cigarettes in the act of chain smoking, right?
Yes.
Lois said he had one going, correct?
Yes.
She said he smoked while he was shaving, smoked at meals, almost always was smoking, right?
Yes.
Martin was not asked about chain smoking specifically, but he said his dad always smoked 3 to 4 packs a day. It was chronic. Doug was not asked about chain smoking specifically, but said that his dad always smoked 3 to 4 packs a day, fell asleep, smoked on his fingertips and smoked.
Objection to questions about what the.
Question again, I'm sorry. It was about,
Doug,
Doug.
he wasn't asked about chain smoking specifically in his death,
no, I don't believe so.
but he did describe somebody who was smoking a great deal of time, right?
Couple testified about lighting one cigarette from another. But I don't know that the word or the phrase. Yes.
Harry said he always had a cigarette in his mouth or between his fingers, right?
Yes.
And so these cigarettes he was smoking, if it was 3 packs a day, do you agree that somebody who's smoking 3 packs a day on average, describe someone who's smoking, had stains on his fingers from smoking, he was probably spending a great deal of time smoking, right?
But I don't believe he was a chain smoker. And that actually is the example provided in the DSM.
Right. That's a one example, clinical judgment, right? And so
Yes.
you could put up PDLY 0001.
No objection.
We're talking about a great deal of time smoking. We did the math. We just looked at the 3 packs a day, right? By the way, do you know, it says if he was smoking 10 minutes per cigarette, that's about the average for a regular cigarette, right?
I would agree.
But his cigarette is nicotine addiction. Walter is advertised as having 15 to 17 puffs, correct?
Objection, asked and answered. No.
Do you know if it would take longer, more time to cigarette?
No,
You know, if it had more puffs than a regular cigarette?
no, I have absolutely no. How many puffs are in a cigarette? It's sort of irrelevant.
But if
as,
it had more puffs, you would agree it would take more time to smoke it, right?
Don't know that either.
So let's just go with the 10 minutes on average then. If you took 8 hours and gave him 8 hours to not have a cigarette in his mouth, the math turns out that he would be, if we put him told him to smoke one after the other, the amount that he smoked, we wouldn't see him for 30 years. Doesn't that seem like a great deal of time smoking to you?
Hardly analogous. And actually, the DSM talks about somebody who smokes does actually engage in other activities while they're smoking. That's why this math doesn't work. Your is trying to present that a smoker is over here smoking, not doing anything else. So, 31 years smoking, they're not working, they're not taking care of their family, they're not going to movies, they're not going to mass and to football games. So it's not even an analogy.
But even go to work, go to movies, go to mass, right?
Right, and it's why in the DSM they're saying it could be exemplified by chain smoking because they're smoking to the exclusion of other activities. So here's one way that you can get to this criteria.
That's one example. If he's smoking 60 cigarettes a day and it takes 10 minutes to smoke a cigarette, right? If he's smoking one after the other, that would be 10 hours in the day. If that's assuming that they're just a regular cigarette and there's only 3 packs. Doesn't that seem to you to just common sense to mean that the person is spending a great deal of time smoking or using? Mr. Colson, I think it's a great deal of time using, right? Does that seem like a lot of time to you or not?
Smoking and not engaging in other activities. That's why there's sort of this idea that with smoking, because you're engaged while you're smoking, then it would be hard to measure this or come to some agreement about the meaning of, for example, chain smoking.
But chain smokers engage in other activities.
Again, that's correct, and but they're saying engage in other activities. We'll just say, well, okay, so chain smoking will say does meet this criteria, even though they are engaged in other activities.
Other activities, right?
Yes,
And-
it's exactly what I'm saying.
And if he was spending 10 to 15 hours a day inhaling, I'm just asking, just based on common sense, doesn't that sound like that's a lot of time to be doing that?
Objection, that's the answer.
And so, and Mrs. Yount described him as somebody who was basically smoking all the time, correct?
Yes,
To interview him, you would ask him about chain smoking, right?
I would, or ask him about the get a sense of lighting one cigarette from another, or somebody who follows one cigarette immediately after the other with no time in between.
And then the next criteria is cravings, right? You pull that up, the next one, cravings or this is urges or desires, right?
Correct.
And this is another criteria where you can't recall any case where you were retained by a tobacco and you said the smoker met this criteria as applied by you, correct? When you testify as an expert, you've never found anybody to fulfill this criteria.
I don't recall, I may or may not have.
I'm gonna hand you I'll give you a copy. Mr. Bell, I'm just gonna refresh your recollection, okay? And I'm gonna ask you the question from, and see that refresh. As you sit here today, you cannot recall obtained by, and you said the plaintiff met this criteria as applied by you, correct? Is that what-
What page, Mr. Page?
Oh, I'm sorry, 4043, line 1 through 6. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry, 4043 through 6.
I'd ask that, let's start at 4042.
That's fine.
Where this one we read into the work completeness, and it's 42, line 20. Refreshing recollection sheet here, so.
This criteria, let me just ask, this criteria, right, cravings.
Correct.
And so my question is, in 2013, that's when the DSM-5 went into effect.
Correct.
Any of the plaintiffs in any of the cases meeting this criteria of cravings in which you testified, correct?
Are you asking if that's what it,
I'm asking you, did any of the plaintiffs in any of the cases where you provided, did any of them meet criteria number 5 that you can recall? Or criteria number 4 that you can recall? You don't recall any, correct?
I don't recall if there are any. I'm saying there may be, it's just I don't recall in the 20 cases, which criteria, which ones met or didn't meet.
Okay, but as you, right, let's look at DSM 5-00301 on page 572, where they discuss. Okay, good. You see there where they say a large majority of smokers report cravings when they don't smoke for several hours. You see that? And so the large majority, what is that? 70%, 75, 80%? What is a large majority?
Well, certainly more than half.
And it says a large majority report craving when they don't smoke for several hours. Did Mr. Yount report?
Not that anybody was aware of.
Well, was anybody asked that question?
I think somebody was asked,
Who do you think was asked that question?
there were 1 or 2 references, as I recall, about whether or not he complained about not having a cigarette. He wasn't specifically used the word craving, I don't, that I recall.
If you would speak to a patient, what would you ask about craving?
Well, the patients that I asked about this at the treatment, so they've got, obviously, they're in treatment for other substances, and they actually are pretty familiar with the terminology. They will make it take issue if you describe urges versus cravings. If you try to mix up those. Now, somebody who's not familiar with the terminology as those patients are, actually make a description, is that you sometimes have such a strong urge to use fill in the blank that it's difficult.
If you would have asked that of Mr. Young, what would he have told you?
I don't know.
Okay, but here it says the large majority. And we know that, you know, some smokers smoke less than a pack a week, right? And here's a smoker, multiple packs for 50 years. We know he fell asleep on his chair smoking. He smoked all the way to the end, was standing on his fingers. He smoked first thing in the smoking weekends on his boat, would leave his daughter's house to go outside and smoke, knowing that a large majority with cravings based upon your clinical experience. Don't you think that this is somebody who probably more likely than not would have cravings if they went without smoking for an hour?
I really can't say whether or not that would be true. I mean, I actually have people who are using IV heroin and fentanyl, and they'll tell me that they're not having cravings. So, I mean, that's as you really imagine. And it's hard to imagine that somebody who would be engaging in such intensive drug use would not have cravings.
So he would leave football games and movies to smoke, right?
I think it's a little controversial about left movies, but stepping away from the football game, whether he missed it or not, he may have gone up to the mezzanine or whatever.
Well, let me just ask you this in all fairness, based upon your clinical expertise and judgment, knowing that the large majority of smokers of all ranges of cigarettes report cravings when asked about it, is it your testimony that this guy would probably be in the minority, not the majority?
I don't know if he would be or not.
And then the next one, recurrent tobacco use resulting in a failure to fulfill a major obligation at work, school, or home. In the 70s and 80s, when you could smoke at home and work, right, wasn't really an issue for him at work, right?
It was not an issue for him.
It would be very unusual for tobacco use to result in a failure to fulfill a major obligation at work or home.
Correct. And still is to some extent not often an issue with tobacco.
Continued use despite recurrent social or interpersonal problems, arguments, you see that?
Yes.
Argument example, right?
Yes.
But when he went to his daughter's house to visit, she didn't allow smoking in her house, right? Allow smoking around his children, right?
Right.
And that was a problem for her. He did that, right?
She did not want that.
Right. That would be a problem if he smoked around the kids or in her house for her, but he didn't, right?
Objection of the amendment.
I'm sorry. There's no indication that he had a social or interpersonal problem with her. She did not want it, that is true, but there's actually no indication that he had any social or interpersonal.
DSM 3-03 on page 572. This is from the DSM-5. You put that up, Robert? Oh, any problem, Drew? Mr. Bell? And so here it says persistent social or inter arguments with others, avoiding social situations because of others' disapproval of tobacco use, right? And so he would approval, he would have to go outside by himself, everybody else would stay in the house, and he would go outside all by himself and smoke one after the other, right?
Himself, but he did go outside to smoke. And that's not an avoidance of a social situation.
Well, he would prefer to be in the house.
I don't know if he preferred it either way. He was there. He didn't stay out the entire visit. The description was that he would step out to smoke.
So if he would stay home to smoke, then he might meet this criteria. But because he went there and would just keep going outside to smoke, he doesn't meet the criteria.
Well, the description wasn't that he kept going outside. His testimony.
Well, how many times would he go outside when he went to his daughter's house for an hour or two?
I don't know how many times the description.
And if you interviewed him, would you ask him those questions?
Yes,
Could be important information for you to make.
I'm just saying you're presenting something that was not described.
Right, you would want to know the answer to that when making a medical diagnosis, right? Know the answer to that before you said somebody doesn't have tobacco addiction, right?
I would want that and they're be able to have, so it wouldn't hinge on just that piece of
If
information.
you had a chance to interview him and you asked him, how many times did you go outside when you were?
Objection, speculation.
I'll rephrase it. You don't know what he would say, do you?
No,
The next criteria, I think you said he met that one using situations that are hazardous, right? One is continued use despite having persistent and recurrent problems likely caused by use. Is that the next one? Which one? What number is that?
no,
Continued use despite having. Number 8. Is that one, doctor?
Yeah.
With current use and situation, oh no, not that one, I'm sorry, the next one. Robert. Which one? 9, I guess. Nine. Tobacco use is continued despite knowledge of having a physical or psychological problem that is likely to cause or exacerbated by tobacco. That's another one you said he did not meet, right?
right,
And you can go to DSM 5004-08 at page 573. And that one indicates, again, serious medical conditions, COPD, cough. You see that?
often occur, yes.
If you go back to, and again, he had COPD according to the medical records.
Medical records in 1993,
Right.
at the end of 1993.
And he smoked even after having a smoker's cough.
I don't know that it's decided if he had a smoker's cough. He had an episodic cough that he attributed to smoking,
He quit good.
1991,
That's when he quit for good.
yes.
And so tobacco use is the smoke off is one of the problems from tobacco, right?
It said a cough often occurs.
And that was a persistent.
Episodic, yes.
And then the next one, tolerance you gave him, and then the last one, which all I have on this. And then I'm almost done. I appreciate your patience, and I apologize it's taking so long.
There are a lot.
Pardon?
There are a lot, yes.
And so, but he only needs 2 of them, right?
Right.
3-pack-a-day smoker to only need 2 of them, right?
Objection, argument.
Usual, based on your experience, for a 3-pack-a-day smoker to only need 2 of the 11, right?
Most would be more than 2,
Right. 6, right?
very likely.
But for some reason, Mr. Yount
Correct.
didn't have withdrawal, right?
He did withdraw.
And you're just as confident that he didn't spend a great deal of time smoking or didn't meet the criteria for withdrawal as you are the other ones you tested, et cetera, right?
Correct. I
So-
cannot say that he had those others.
You can't say one way or the other.
He meets the criteria, I would have to say that he does.
But you're saying he doesn't meet the criteria. Aren't you?
I'm saying that he does the criteria.
And so withdrawal is manifested by either of the following. We talk about the withdrawal syndrome, tobacco, or a closely related substance such as nicotine is taken to relieve or avoid withdrawal symptoms, right? So you could meet withdrawal by and the physical symptoms, we'll do that quickly though, but again, some of the irritability, angry, restless, frustrated, correct?
Yes, and I think it would be useful to pull those up. Because angry, irritated, that's one withdrawal symptom.
Robert, can you
And
pull
then
them up,
those
please?
are,
And so, the withdrawal, yeah, there. And so they have these withdrawal symptoms and it's irritability, frustration, anger, anxiety, increased appetite, restless, depressed mood, insomnia, right?
correct.
And so when you interview somebody, you ask them those specific. And in the depositions, nobody was asked about whether he suffered depression or whether he suffered insomnia.
Objection.
Was that asked of anybody?
Objection to the questions not asked.
People were asked if he had malady. I do recall some questions about some of the specific symptoms, but certainly in a forensic, I would open-ended questions and not questions that specifically suggest an answer.
He was, is that correct?
A little cranky, I
He
think was the term.
You couldn't ask him a question, he wouldn't want to answer, it. He wanted to be by himself, right?
Yes,
The family testified he would get quick-tempered and agitated when he tried to quit, right? Doug and Lois both said that, right?
yes. That's one two that testified about
And
those.
so, and Lois is the one who lived with him in the 70s and 80s, correct?
Yes.
And, but in terms of his, do you know if when you couldn't ask him a question and he was cranky and agitated, do you know if that also or not?
Well, actually, he was described as sit quietly and read a book, which actually exemplify good concentration.
Okay, so he had good concentration. And then what about depression? Did you feel depressed at all?
No, in terms of his personality.
But if you interviewed, if you were evaluating somebody, you would ask him that, wouldn't you? But in any event, let's talk about the second one, which is the, pull up now, the second way you meet this criteria. Tobacco, nicotine is taken to relieve or avoid withdrawal, right? You know that the half-life of nicotine is generally an hour to 2 hours, right?
Correct.
Stop smoking within 2 hours, half of the nicotine's gone, right? And then in 2 more hours, another half is gone. 2 more hours, another half is gone, right? nicotinic receptors are becoming empty and they need, or they want nicotine to fill the receptors, right?
Well,
In an uneducated lay person's terms, like myself, right? Right, okay. And so smokers, you know, wakes up after 8 hours of sleeping, the nicotinic receptors are basically empty, right?
correct, by that time, most, if not all, has been cleared from the body.
And can you go to DSM-4, page 264?
Same objection.
And so this is in DSM-4, they talk about how many individuals who use nicotine take nicotine withdrawal symptoms when they wake up in the morning or after being in a situation where use is restricted, like work or playing. Like if somebody's in church for an hour, as soon as they get out, they have a cigarette, right? To relieve or avoid withdrawal.
That could be one reason.
That's what the
Well,
was.
right, he smoked after he got out, but what they're saying is that so not everybody that leaves church and then smokes is doing it to relieve withdrawal symptoms. Just an example.
It's a waking, smoking person in the morning or leaving an event like a
Right.
football game or smoking as soon as you get out of church. Those are examples upon for somebody to satisfy that criteria, correct?
They're examples of the reasons that people may engage in those behaviors. Somebody, a drinker, there are people who drink in the morning now because they're having withdrawal symptoms, for sure.
Or they
But some of
want to
them,
avoid it. They want to avoid
or to avoid withdrawal symptoms,
it.
right?
And so
Also have this history of them developing actual withdrawal symptoms after a period of time. But if somebody is drinking in the morning, withdrawal symptoms, there are other reasons.
and then if you look at the DSM-5 004-09 on page 573. And this one says smoking. Oh, I'm sorry.
No objection.
And this one says associated features supporting a diagnosis of nicotine addiction, right? Smoking within 30 minutes of waking. Mr. Yount did that, right?
Yes,
Smoking daily, he did that, right? More cigarettes per day. He smoked a lot of cigarettes every day, right?
yes,
And waking up at night to smoke, he did that, right?
awake at night, watching TV and smoking. We don't know that he woke up in the night to smoke.
And those are associated with disorder, correct?
Yes,
And again, okay. And so, again, using your clinical judgment, right? Go back to all the criteria again, Robert? Sure. When you look at tobacco, he started as a teenager and ended up smoking for 50 years. He at least what we know, at least 2 or 3 times in the 80s, a time in the 70s, a time in the 90s. We know he was smoking for at least 10 hours a day. We know that a large majority of all smokers report cravings, et cetera, et cetera. Don't you think, though, more like clinical judgment, knowing what you know from the heaviness of smoking index, the definition from your website, without making a medical diagnosis, it seemed like he was addicted?
Objection, Your Honor. It's argumentative mistakes testimony.
no, there's a lot of conjecture within that, and so I can't agree with the characterization.
He's the same.
And the job here as a forensic expert is not to say, well, if people have this, so he must have. You've got to look at the individual facts in the case and the characteristics.
But every time you look at the litigation, the person, just like Mr. Young, is never good, right?
In this, yeah, small subset of the world, correct.
And you don't think that doesn't strike you as odd that 20 times, not
Objection
even.
recommended.
And two, I can do it after lunch if you want. I know that you're, no, let me finish.
It's your choice, because we still have to correct, so.
Okay. In terms of eviction, this is going to be a highlight. Over a lot of, well. Okay.
All right, come back with 15 minutes. Bye. So I honestly don't recall if there's a construction condition.
And it talks about it's not profit. If Spanish needed to get the adventure you want from you, and agree to it coming to evidence. Coming into evidence, thank you, that we agreed that they would publish it, but it's obviously.
Well, this court takes judicial notice of the code of law. 1931, 1935, that's what you,
And there's one more comment to the time.
1935.
So they can be published, but obviously they're not going to be. Right.
Okay, let's go.
Yes. Proceed. Thank you, Anna. Good afternoon. And so I just have
Good
a
afternoon.
few more questions for you, and I appreciate your patience with me. And this, you testified you never found that a smoker, if addicted, that the nicotine illness in even one victim, right? Remember in this case, you testified hypothetically if Mr. Yap was addicted, the addiction did not. That's the same opinion you've given every time you testify, right?
Yes,
Okay. And so I want to show you PDR.
I object to this.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have an objection. We're gonna stop Roger.
Welcome to 06. Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. And so, with you, how nicotine addiction causes continued smoking, which causes disease, okay? Because I think you said on direct, you don't, I'm not sure I understand this. Do you believe that nicotine addiction causes of somebody getting a disease like lung cancer or not?
Yes.
Okay, tell me how that is. Tell me the process chart how nicotine addiction can be a contributing cause of somebody getting lung cancer.
So obviously, the first addiction, then past that point, even though even if you understand that somebody can understand the level of control that they have, because different people with addiction have different levels of control, different barriers in terms of trying to quit. Some don't have those same barriers. So there's a further analysis past determining if somebody has an addiction. And based on that information, then it's important to determine whether addiction plus those other factors led to the smoking related illnesses or death. So I'm looking at, again, the cognition, were there other comorbid, say psychiatric illnesses that came to play in terms of their ability to quit, and could they quit ultimately? So aside from, do they have addiction, could they quit?
But you said, I mean, let's take people with psychiatric, like brain damage or things like that, and take that aside.
Sure.
You had earlier said that all addicts can quit, right?
People may not have been able to prior to even developing the illness.
Right. And so just because somebody can quit, nicotine addiction is not a contributing cause of your lung cancer death, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so addiction, we know who are addicted, if you're addicted to nicotine, you smoke cigarettes, right? For the most part.
Yes.
Okay. And so addiction caused people to continue to smoke. What does nicotine addiction have to somebody who's addicted to nicotine continuing to smoke?
Well, so enforcement that goes along with nicotine. So you have to, and just in terms of addiction, tobacco addiction, however you want to term that. Is this a person who serious difficulty controlling their use? Do they have serious trying to quit? Or is it somebody who could quit easily despite the addiction? Just knowing that they have addiction doesn't tell you how much control they have or don't have.
Okay, but you understand, not everybody who's addicted.
Correct.
So what my question to you is a little different than what you answered. I just want to know, what role does nicotine addiction have in somebody?
Objection. Assessment.
I answer. Overruled.
Well, again, okay, so remember the slide that had all those reasons that people smoke, and part of that, and it did say nicotine, so there is reinforcement from nicotine and even some of those other reasons, like enjoyment. Well, part of the reinforcing the effect of nicotine is enjoyment. But they're non-nicotine related to why people continue to smoke or choose to continue to smoke. So that is that if you think about all the roles that nicotine itself plays, the reinforcing part that plays, that's how nicotine contributes to the continued smoking.
Okay, fair enough. And so for the nicotine cigarettes, you understand that most people would not smoke, correct?
Objection, speculation. Also,
Nicotine plays a large role in continued smoking. There are many reasons to smoke.
Right, but without the nicotine in the cigarettes, most people would not continue smoking, as much as they do for as long as they.
I think that that's really individual. If you want me to say most, I can say most, but that may not apply to every individual.
So most people would not smoke, correct?
Right.
And so, nicotine addiction therefore causes most people to continue smoking.
It plays,
objection, mischaracterized.
it plays a significant role,
Significant role, right?
yes, but not the only,
Right, it's substantial, right?
yes.
Oh. Substantial role in continuing to smoke. How does continuing to smoke cause a disease like lung cancer?
Continue to smoke, and just, at that point, it's a matter of continued exposure.
All right, that's all I have, Doctor. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Proceed, Your Honor. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
But the-
Last part. I want to start.
I'm sorry.
Yes. I'll bring it to you. Oh. I want to start by asking you some questions about how you apply your diagnosing. Okay? Mr. Page asked you a number of questions about using common versus clinical judgment. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
Now, what would you say is the difference between sense and using clinical judgment as a board certified psychiatrist?
common sense, first of all, I think implied within that is not having been properly trained, whatever the matter at hand is, in particular, medical issues such as something in psychiatry. One does not apply common sense to diagnosing or determining if there's a psychiatric condition. the other problem with common sense is that you don't know what you don't know.
In terminology and everyday language, do people sometimes refer to addictions in a way that you?
Absolutely. It's almost every day I see somebody use the word addict, addiction, that is definitely not. I was walking down the street and name of a pretty sure it's not a crack house. I'm pretty sure they're just trying to use some other twist on the word addict.
Have you ever heard people refer to having addiction to texting
Yes.
or to social media? And in a medical sense, as a clinician, is that what addiction means?
No.
And how do you, as a clinician,
By use of the DSM-5 criteria for severe, I wouldn't dare put a diagnosis in a chart that did not meet criteria for severe substance use disorder or to treat them for that.
Mr. Page asked you some questions about your professional background, right?
Yes.
And just remind us, how many board certifications do you have?
And, well, yeah, 4 certifications and
Do you know too many psychiatrists that have 4 board?
no, I know a few in this state that have 3. I don't know so many that have 4.
And Mr. Page also asked you some questions about whether you have published papers or conducted research into that.
I was asked those questions, yes.
And I want you to assume that the jury has heard that have to make a choice in their career between going down a research path and going down a path of treating patients.
I chose the path of treating patients.
Why?
I always did like the hands-on acting with patients. Research, you don't really get to interact so much with patients. There are some clinical researchers that do for a period of time. I've got patients that I've worked with for 20 years. You don't do that in research.
And is that why you do on tobacco and smoking?
Yes.
Is it because you're actually treating patients for their smoking? You discussing dependence and physiological dependence in the context of all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just remind us, explain the distinction to you as a psychiatrist for dependence and an addiction?
You realize I could spend hours on that. Okay. So physiological dependence has been used to refer specific changes that we call tolerance and withdrawal. So you can have tolerance of a substance. You can even have it to a non-addictive substance, but you can have it to an addictive substance. You can have it to in the course of medical treatment without ever having a use disorder. So obviously, with opioids, the pain pills, there are a lot of people who have developed actual addiction to that. Let's make this distinction here, though. If medications legitimately over a period of time without any loss of control, without needing those other criteria, they never used it in a non-medicinal way, they don't have a substance use disorder. They definitely don't. If another person is taking that same medication, but taking it in a non-medicinal way and experiencing loss of control in the sense of they're meeting several of those criteria, with, maybe they have withdrawal intolerance, maybe they don't. Nonetheless, that's the addiction. And that's I mean, even for some physicians I know, it can be a difficult distinction because you're trying to determine in that person if it really is on, usually have separately an addiction. But just by virtue of somebody experiencing withdrawal intolerance does not equate with.
Does DSM itself make this distinction?
It absolutely makes that distinction.
Okay, let's, I'd like to show page XL. Which page? No. It's from the DSM-5. It says dependence, and in fact, the tolerance and withdrawal that previously defined dependence are actually very normal responses to prescribed medication system and do not necessarily indicate the presence of an addiction, right?
Right.
Okay. And is that you just explained?
Yes, in a much nicer, more succinct way, but yes.
Okay. About a number of the DSM criteria, and I think you'll that we're not going to go through all of those all over again, but I do want to ask you about a few of them. And specifically, respecting two, and that's persistent efforts to quit or cut back on smoking, right?
Yes.
Okay. What the evidence in the record was that you saw regarding quitting. How many, based on your review of the evidence, how many
at the most, and this was Lois Young's testimony, 2 or 3 times in the 80s. The final quit doesn't count as one of those unsuccessful attempts, right? So 2 or 3 in the 80s. That 70s quit attempt, maybe it happened. Maybe.
Okay. And did you see evidence in the record about Mr. Young putting during one of these quit attempts that was described?
That was observed to have happened one time.
Okay. And was that described by Lois and Douglas?
Douglas, yeah.
Okay. Is it your interpretation of that evidence that those witnesses were describing the same event?
Yes, because Mrs. Yount, Lois, was very clear that that was the only time that nobody recalls that happened more than once.
I want to go to an example that I referred you to. But hypothetically, if a person wakes up in the morning, decides, but is then smoking again by lunchtime, is that to you as a board-certified addiction psychiatrist demonstrating motivated attempt to quit smoking?
Not likely, especially if not accompanied by any other pattern or behavior. So, for example, if it's not accompanied by anything else, cigarettes, it decreases the likelihood even further that it's not even a sincere quit attempt. That is that it's suggested by that hypothetical that there was morning. So in this hypothetical, he would have had to have smoked in the morning, smoked until he got in the car, then decided to quit and not smoke for a few hours and to be smoking again before he was, and all the while no other changes. All the ashtrays are in places, still the same supply of cigarettes. And that's something that I just don't see as being consistent with any of the testimony.
Does smoking for a few hours, does that represent in your mind that motivated and persistent quit?
And even though there was testimony that he may have been up a few nights smoking, it wasn't described as a usual pattern. So I would think that an effort to abstain from smoking would last at least as long as him sleeping over bed without smoking.
Do you consider changing different brands to be a persistent attempt to quit smoking?
I do not. Different cigarettes. It's like saying I'm not going to eat ice cream anymore, so you switch to vanilla from chocolate. It's not abstaining.
And at the end of the day, did you find smoking behavior satisfied criteria number 2?
No, persistence in this, and the unsuccessful attempts is that even 2 or 3 in the 80s, that still doesn't satisfy within a 12-month pattern that is called for. Doesn't any effort that occurs 2 or 3 times in a decade does not suggest to me that there's any persistence.
Now, you were also asked by Mr. Page about criterion 6, right?
Yes.
Okay, we didn't talk about that one. But criterion 6, that is interpersonal problems caused by smoking, right?
Correct.
I believe Mr. Page asked you about times when Mr. Yount would be at his daughter Mary's house and step out to sleep. All right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from the testimony you saw, now you read Mary Yount.
Yes, it did.
Based on the testimony you saw, did Mr. Yount miss a significant amount of time that he would step outside to smoke a cigarette at his house?
No.
Did Mr. Yount's cigarette at Mary's house have any impact on his relationships with his family?
No.
Mr. Page also asked you about criterion number 9, right?
Yes.
And with respect to that criterion, a cough that Mr. Yount was reported to have, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, from your review of the evidence, a consistent cough, or was it more sporadic?
It was sporadic. I think I characterized it as
Aside. And so, in other words, he just had a cough from time to time, right?
yes.
Mr. Page also asked you about COPD, right?
Yes.
And COPD is pulmonary disease?
Yes, and if you weren't going to say it out the long way, I was going to.
Okay, all right. Is it correct that the only evidence of COPD we have on the record is from a medical record from 1992?
That is correct.
Is there any evidence at all of Mr. Young having COPD during the time he smoked?
No, actually, the testimony is that he was actually very healthy, and that there was no difficulty breathing.
Did either, well, let me back up. Did Mr. Young's episodic cough described, did that, from your review of the record, rise to the level of a serious problem for him? Is, in your assessment, was that cough sufficient to satisfy the DSM-5 criterion 9 for continued use despite harm? And can you explain this briefly why?
The testimony has been by and large that he and Mrs. Young did talk about that there was this episodic cough. Neighbors, if they had a cold, and it's just, it was noteworthy for the fact that he would acknowledge that it was probably related to his smoking, but it was not ever seen as any significant something he ever sought medical care for. Nobody suggested he needed to seek medical care for that, except that he said it's probably related to the cigarette. So that's the kind of cough that you don't start to think that this is something more an episodic cough.
Changing subjects, I want to ask you a little bit about what Mr. Young learned over time about the health risks of smoking. You on direct, but just to remind us, do you recall a conversation that Mr. Young had with his son Martin in the 1960s about smoking?
Yes, his son Martin approached him. You've got to stop smoking. These are bad health.
And do you recall that Mr. Young became aware of the warning label on cigarette packs in 1970?
Yes.
And after that, Mr. Young believed that smoking was dangerous.
Yes.
Mr. Page showed you some a small section.
Yes.
Okay. Now DSM-3 that came out in 1980, right?
Yes.
Was the official text for you to use as a psychiatrist in your career?
No, I was trying to think, and it switched over yet even to DSM-3R because I took a psych rotation in. I think that, but I went into practice, psychiatry residency 89 to 93, and then I've been in practice since 93. So DSM-3 was not anything that I've used since I.
Nevertheless, you know that DSM-3 contains a section for tobacco dependence, which is part of the section that Mr. Page showed you, right? And at the time in 1980, would that have been the section that psychiatrists at the time to diagnose?
Yes.
And this was, of course, 8 years before.
Yes.
So was it any secret in the field of psychiatry in 1980 that using tobacco could be addictive?
Oh, no. Definitely.
Mr. Page also showed you a part of the website from your
Oh, the program where I
Yes.
consult with the Coalition Recovery.
right, thank you. And I think there was about addiction is not a choice. Do you recall
Yes,
that? Okay. Of course, do you agree that addiction is not a choice?
no, that's absolutely correct. Those that use a substance, some addicted or not.
And addicted or not, is the decision to continue smoking a choice?
Was a decision about whether or not to try to quit.
Can even heavily addicted smokers make the choice? And can heavily addicted smokers in fact quit?
Yes, they do. Mr. Yao did. But he did quit.
I think yesterday, Mr. Page asked you some questions about the data regarding the percentage of today who are addicted. Do you recall
Yes,
that? Have you known smokers who have smoked multiple packs?
yes,
And have you treated smokers who smoke multiple packs per day in your practice? Have you seen some of those smokers quit smoking?
yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Page asked you some questions, showed you a section from DSM-5 on the use in the courtroom today, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to, as a board certified forensic psychiatrist, are you specifically trained on how to apply DSM-5 in courtroom settings like this? We trained on how to use DSM-5 in cases where the subject may be deceased.
Yes,
Okay. Or to this idea that it can be used in courtroom settings like this.
yes.
We pull up page 25. Dr. Barnett, you see here it says, when used, diagnostic information can assist legal decision makers in their determinations, right?
Yes,
And is that consistent with your training as a psychiatrist?
yes.
Mr. Page asked you a number of questions about the depositions taken in this case, which of course you reviewed, right? And he asked you about questions that were or were not asked to the right?
Right.
Okay. Now, when you reviewed those depositions, did you see that plaintiff's counsel was also present at these depositions?
Yes,
Did you see plaintiff's counsel ask any of the questions that Mr. Page never asked?
no,
Did they have every opportunity to do so?
yes,
you were asked some questions about young people or teenagers smoking. And do you agree that teenagers should not smoke?
Absolutely.
Do you agree that teenagers should not drink alcohol? And that teenagers shouldn't use drugs?
Absolutely.
You were asked a bit about motivational,
Yes.
and I think you said something yesterday like motivational enhancement is not just knowledge of. Can you explain that?
Yes, actually, the whole technique involves asking the person what their own goals are in terms for, and building on their personal goals. And a part of that is motivational enhancement is also assessing where they are in terms of stages of change. And we mentioned those specific, the pre-contemplation, contemplation, preparation, and action. And some people have another one, which is maintenance, which isn't really. So it's an actual technique. So this is one of those areas where if I say motivational enhancement, it's something that you know what it is, but it's actually a very involved set of techniques. It may include not so much, because the whole idea behind motivational enhancement is not for me to tell you what I think you need to know or do, but is maybe find out from you, what you know, what you want to do. And from that standpoint, maybe there's education involved. A lot of times there's not.
Is the question of an individual's motivation to quit smoking, is that a highly individualized question?
It is highly individualized. This approach to motivational enhancement, that is taking it through the person's viewpoint, is that he may not motivate you. Everybody has different things that motivate them, and whether it's smoking or any other, there's a saying that, everybody has to hit their low or really want to change before they change. Well, but what's that? It's really individual. Because a low point for me is not the low point for you. For some people that I work with, their mistakes, that was their low point.
For people who are addicted to nicotine, is the role that addiction to smoking also an individualized question?
It is very individualized. It's absolutely individualized in terms of features they have, because their features may be different from somebody else's features. We think that, for example, somebody that same symptoms and look all exactly the same, and they don't. There are going to be shared features, sure, but they have some different expression of that disorder.
And can the importance that nicotine versus smoking can that vary from individual to individual?
It does.
Can it be important for smokers in terms of why they smoke, and for other smokers can nicotine addiction be far less important than why they smoke?
I would agree.
Is part of your assessment for whether an addiction caused a person to smoke, as part of that assessment, whether quitting for that smoke?
That's a part of it. Yes.
And in your experience,
Yes.
And would you agree that a smoker, whether or not they're addicted, has to want to quit and try to quit?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Page asked you at length about some of the other cases you tested. I think you told us that it was not a random sample of smokers. Could you explain what that is?
Sure. This is statistical patterns. This is a random sampling of people in these epidemiological surveys, and some of them are a series of questions are asked. Have you ever used this? Have you ever used this? Have you ever smoked? How many packs have you smoked in the past 30 days? And then other questions that have to do or that may correlate with, they use DSM-5 criteria for the most part. And then, so based on all of that, then determining number epidemiologically or tobacco use disorder, or how many met criteria for nicotine dependence out of the total percentage of daily smokers. What was the? Oh, right, the statistic, right.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. So those surveys consist of thousands and thousands. So I've testified, been asked to come to court specifically today on approximately 20. So it's not a random selection of smokers. It's not a random selection of smokers who meet severe tobacco. It's not a random selection of smokers who meet the criteria for tobacco use disorder. These are specifically come to either or a trial for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
So it's not, so it's just, and I use the word bias in a statistical sense. It's skewed, not random population.
Right. Okay. Mr. Page also showed you from the APA from 1996, right?
Yes.
And those treatment guidelines, as I think you pointed out, are DSM-4, right?
Correct. And you saw it referenced nicotine dependence, which was the DSM-4 terminology.
And you pull up page 6. So, Dr. Barnett,
It's been quite a while, but yes.
okay, maybe since 1996. Of these treatment guidelines, it says another widely used measure of nicotine dependence is the Fagerstrom tolerance questionnaire, or the more recent nicotine dependence. Scores of greater than 7 on these scales indicate nicotine dependence, right? And now I know you don't use Fagerstrom yourself, right?
No,
Okay. I think you explained why not.
we have,
Okay.
but yes.
But according to this statement, under the APA, is nicotine dependence only present for an individual who scores 8 or higher on the Fagerstrom test?
According to this word,
And of course, that was the APA's position in 1996, even though the Fagerstrom test to anybody, regardless if they score 0 or the highest possible score, right?
right. Its proper application would be at somebody who diagnostic criteria, then you can use the test to create some scoring or derive a level.
Now you, as part of your review of this case, you reviewed the deposition of Dr. Hurt, right?
Yes.
And Dr. Hurd gave to Mr. Yount on the paper screen test?
Well, I don't recall clearly. I've seen a couple of scores. One was none of the scoring I saw was 8 or higher.
Lastly, Dr. Barnett, you were shown a slide with a one-sentence characterization of addiction. Do you recall
I
that? Okay. Do you remember the one that described addiction as a chronic relapsing brain disease?
Yes,
And this is not the first time you've seen it, right?
that is correct.
And are you that statement actually equates addiction with an analysis under DSM-5?
Yes. And it equates with the, under DSM-5, severe tobacco use disorder. Addiction is equivalent to the severe tobacco use disorder under DSM-5.
All right, Dr. Barnett, thank you very much for your time. I don't have anything else.
Dr. Barnett, I'd like to show you the Pegerson test, and you can show it to Mr. Bell first. Okay, to publish that. And so you're familiar with this before?
Yes, I have.
You can have the bottom two, Robert. With the scoring on the bottom of the Pegerson, right?
Yes,
Okay, but you just said that Mr. Yount, he's addicted, right? We can agree on that?
Objection, that's not what she said.
Well, let me rephrase it. Didn't you say the APA manual, Mr. Bell, said if he scores an 8, he's addicted, right? Isn't that what it said?
Misrepresents the question.
Well, let's just go through and score it. You got a 3 on number 1, right?
yes,
We would leave, there's some testimony about movies, but he would have to step outside from his daughter's house. He would have to leave football games, and he was also, there's some testimony that he would leave movies to smoke, right?
I think here, because it's difficult to refrain, not that you ever, even if it was infrequently, fail to refrain. Forbidden suggests where it's a very tight line, not, so,
It was forbidden at his daughter's house, right? Right?
and he stepped out.
Right, he could not refrain, he didn't refrain, he went outside and smoked, right?
He went outside to smoke.
What cigarette would he hate to give up most?
Objection, I mean, that's Mr. Perry's characterization.
Would he give up most? The one first in the morning?
Witnesses were not able to say.
Okay, but you know through you know that people who smoke 3 packs a day, who smoke before they hit the ground, if you were to ask them which is the one that's the most difficult to give up,
Again, we're trying to score specifically for him, not the general smoker.
okay, well, he's not
So,
here.
right, and we're able to tell us that there was any one that would have been his favorite or the most difficult to give up.
Okay, but let's put him aside. And just based upon your expert in nicotine addiction, you know, don't you? You've learned, haven't you, that somebody who smokes that much, who smokes before their feet hit the ground, will the one that they would hate to give up most would be the one first thing in the morning. You've learned that, haven't you?
No, it's very And in fact, I think some people indicated that he very much enjoyed, smoking while drinking coffee that. He may well tell us it's that one, or he may well tell us that, while he was driving to and from work. So we really don't know this. This is an area relation.
So this could be 0 or 1. It could be one or the other. You don't know.
Right.
Okay, so you can just, I guess I'll keep in my mind, it's 0 or 1, 3, right?
Yes.
Do you know he smoked more frequently the first hours after?
Well, the testimony was that it was very consistent through the day.
Okay, well, his wife said he smoked before his feet hit the ground, when showering, when he was shaving, smoked when he was having coffee, right? And he was having many cigarettes before he even left the house in the morning.
Yes, but she also testified that it was constant through the day.
Okay, so do you know if you would count them up, if you count up the 60 or so cigarettes he smoked, do you know how it broke? 20 afternoon or 30 in the morning, 10 in it, do you know how it broke down or not?
No, I wouldn't know the number, but they were very, it was very constant no matter what time of day.
He smoked constantly, right?
So there was no greater frequency one time of the day versus.
How about when, I guess it seemed like he was never sick that much, right? But there were some times when he had a sore throat or menthol cigarettes, right?
I recall that testimony.
And so when he was sick, he still continued smoking. He switched to a menthol cigarette because it soothed.
Right.
And so if there was an occasion where he was home in bed, would he smoke or would he refrain from smoking? Or do you not know? That one he got a 0 or a 1 again, right?
Right.
And so that means if you score it, you got somewhere between a 7. You got somewhere between a 7 and 9, right? Depending what the answers are to the other two, right?
Objections is not.
Well, again, the others are pure speculation.
Right. So somewhere in between there, right?
But what we do know is what we do know. So that brings us to the
7 would be high dependence and a 9 would be a very high dependence, right? It's a 10, if I'm counting wrong. Anyway, the 7 is a high dependence, the 10 is a very high dependence, right?
according to this, yes.
And so that means 7 or a 10 is either highly, and again, back then they would use in the 90s, you were using dependence and addiction, right?
Well, but they were using dependence in other ways as well. So,
But you've given testimony where you were using addiction interchangeably, right?
I was using DSM-4 substance dependence
As
and
addiction.
addiction
Right.
interchangeably. This is not
I got you. But in any way, high dependence, very high dependence, but no way was he addicted, right?
Right.
No, you're not. This has to be-
Rick, tell the jury, anything let me know? Okay. So let me need the, actual paper. You know what, we could go, endlessly, why don't we give you, 10 minutes to have a break and stretch your legs, and then we'll proceed with the. Right. Okay, so the next question, and I would ask, if you could, Dr. Barnett, if you. Next question. Can a person be addicted to not? Okay. Next question. Based on your clinical experience, what are the elements to differentiate chronic alcohol? Based on your clinical experience, what are the elements to differentiate chronic from sporadic cough?
I think that's outside of
He's objective.
All right, so next one, what percentage of the patients treated in your practice for tobacco dependence / addiction are able to quit sessions? And what percentage need nicotine gum or medication? Okay. What is the typical treatment plan or roadmap to treat tobacco according to the APA guidelines? Okay. Next question, what is the average age group of patients seen in your tobacco use dependence or addiction? No objection?
No.
Is education such as or potential health issues caused by tobacco part of the treatments you provide or within the okay. Next question. Do you know about Mr. Young's health after he stopped smoking in 1991 prior to his cancer diagnosis in 1991? Opinion, to what can you attribute the findings from your prior answer, if any? In other words, will cause. In your opinion, so the first question this juror asked, this is one juror who's shown on page. Juror asked is, what do you know about Mr. Young's health after he stopped smoking in 1991 prior to his cancer diagnosis in 1993? And then the next question is, in your opinion, to what can you attribute the findings from cancer? All right, so the third question, using 100 as a scale, what percentage would you say have you treated in your professional career as opposed to any other substance abuser addict such as cocaine?
That's fine.
Okay. Next question. Of the 20 cases you have testified, cases have you refuse to testify. Read that word. How many cases have we rejected to testify?
Let's find out.
Then I guess it's page solid.
I think so. All right, next question. Are addicted to cigarettes. You don't see anything positive from learning about the term and possibly motivate your clients to quit smoking? Question mark.
No objection.
Why?
Yes.
I don't see a problem.
There were questions asked on cross-examination having to do with how does, misinformation or lack of information affect motivation, as opposed to positive information about health affect motivation. It was quite, I think, that you've addressed some of this, and it isn't the substance of the internal information, but rather its impact on the smoker.
Well,
Sure, let me read it again. As a health professional who treats addicts who sometimes are addicted to cigarettes, you don't, from learning about internal information that can possibly motivate your clients to quit smoking. She probably positive in,
she doesn't know what's in the.
in learning internal information.
They've seen a lot of the documents she has, so. That's for certain facts.
Well, not actually.
So your objection is that it's relies on facts, not evidence, but rather than it's not. She has a perspective. All right, so I'll sustain your objection. Have you rejected to testify due to Lincoln addiction? Same question. All right. Testimony / trials. Have you received money from tobacco companies in a related form? Outside of testimony, have you received money from tobacco companies in any way?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, next question. When smoking cigarettes, is the amount of dopamine released comparable to the amount
I don't know, objection. I don't know if it's science.
in your experience, how many smokers have you worked with that have smoked 40+ years and have found all right. Is nicotine addictive drug? Question mark. After 53 years of smoking cigarettes containing nicotine, you firmly believe Mr. Young was not addicted. Why?
No objection.
I think that was the whole process. That's not even
I think it's a question cross. That's what I think. So, all right. So as soon as they come back in, I'll read the questions then and follow up. What's left?
Sure.
There are published documents that we were talking about when we were reading Mary John's deposition.
So let me ask you, the testimony wait till you're done, or you don't do article by article?
I think you're not, I don't think there's a meeting for witness stage. We basically, what we're reading the entire article.
you had a little bit of this.
I don't think that.
We read the entire article.
Yeah, there will be certain articles, we're just gonna read the title today, others will read the entire article.
I'm sorry, I don't know what
I think that's
health
just-
packet is.
Oh, it's a short
Yeah, I know.
publishing certain evidence.
I said, then I know what a call back is. You know what a call
Yeah,
back
but
is.
these guys, they're not all these cases, they can tell them. Or a publication packet, publish evidence. in journal.
We probably will have a little.
Now, your first came up by, your Jackson, first time I saw it.
I'm just asking, do you want me to have a little bit of this, do you want me to warn the word?
We just asked it, sure, there's something. One of the articles is we're reading the articles. Actually, put it both.
I think how do I follow this working?
All I make changes to what I was.
Follow real time?
Oh, it was, they want everything.
Okay, do you all need a break before we?
I'd like
Why don't you take a break? I'm being very cruel, I'm so sorry.
Your Honor. Of course.
I saw a lot of pages.
During the pandemic, before I went back to the courthouse, you know, I was my laptop doesn't and then have a little, you know, but without, and then if I'm. Yeah, I know, you know, looking at.
to make sure you understood the it's not, and it's like a computer estimate, so I just want to make sure we. Yeah, whenever. Yeah.
Oh, it's so helpful. It's
Yeah.
so helpful. And so, especially with this setup, sometimes, you know, the. So we have.
That is the first one that we did.
Well, I'm 20 yards away from you, so, you know. No. So you. Who's working on all of this, so I guess we're back to the board. It's actually, I mean, I love that. I said,
Yeah. That's because we are.
For what?
Can you?
Orientation for.
Oh, that's right. We did practice it. That's right.
Track down to. So you know, like, too soon to do that. So, oh, no, but there's, I don't have fair. I don't have a dog in the night. Right, and then I think those are the two factors, so. And so when I saw this come up, I was like, oh, I see. But my impression is, it's not going to, it's not be.
We started this one, there's one. Yeah. For the past,
This is the same as this.
amenable to making the drawing down. Or I would like to use the old days and put it up.
What? Forget.
Get it to the outer edges. So that it's-
Yeah, I go to South Sioux Service County, and
No, they didn't.
it's that.